Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of the Citadel of 1,000 Lights whispered their secrets to those who knew how to listen. Gandalf, eldest of its guardians, stood atop the highest tower, his weathered hands resting on the crystalline parapet that glowed with an inner light. The stars above seemed to pulse in rhythm with the arcane lines of power that converged beneath the fortress, their dance as familiar to him as his own heartbeat after millennia of vigilance. But tonight, the rhythm had changed. The first sign came as a flicker in the eternal flames that burned in the alabaster sconces along the grand corridors. Then the dream catchers in the Hall of Memories began to spin of their own accord, their crystalline cores darkening like storm clouds gathering before rain. Gandalf felt it in the very air, a disturbance in the ancient magics that had protected the Citadel since the First Age. "Something stirs in the deep," he murmured, his gray robe swirling around him as he descended the spiral staircase, each step illuminating with soft blue light beneath his feet. The younger guardians he passed bowed their heads in respect, but he barely noticed them. His mind was focused on the growing darkness he sensed, a familiar darkness he had not felt in over 1,000 years. In the chamber of eternal vigilance, the great scrying pool rippled without wind. Its surface, usually as clear as mountain spring water, had begun to cloud with shadows that moved like living ink. Gandalf approached, his reflection fragmenting across the disturbed water. As he gazed into the depths, faces began to form in the darkness, the faces of those who had fallen in the great battle that had sundered his family. "Brother," a voice whispered from the pool, "have you missed me?" Gandalf's hand tightened on his staff. "Alistair," he breathed, the name tasting of ash and regret on his tongue. "You were sealed away." The darkness coalesced into a face so similar to his own, yet twisted by shadow and malice. "Sealed away by your hand, brother. But dreams cannot be contained forever, and I have had a millennium to learn the art of swimming through them." The water in the pool began to rise, forming a column that took the shape of a man. Other guardians rushed into the chamber, their wands raised, but Gandalf held up a hand to stop them. This was his burden to bear. "The seals are weakening," Alastair's watery form said, a smile playing across his liquid features. "I can taste the dreams of your precious guardians, their fears, their desires. Such sweet sustenance after so long in the void. And soon I shall feast on the memories you've hoarded in this citadel." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff blazing with white light. "You were always impatient, brother. It was your undoing before, and it will be again." The water form laughed, a sound like ice cracking. "But I'm not the same being you banished, Gandalf. I have become something far more. The dreams of 1,000 souls have nourished me, shaped me. And now I shall take what you have guarded for so long, the collected memories of ages, the dreams of giants, the very essence of magic itself." With a gesture of his staff, Gandalf caused the pool's waters to still. "Then you have learned nothing. The Citadel's power was never in its memories or its magic. It was in the wisdom to know when not to use them." "Wisdom?" Alastair's form began to dissolve back into the pool. "We shall see how wise you are when you face your own memories, brother." when you relive every moment of betrayal, every choice that led us here. Sleep well, guardian of the Citadel. Dream deeply, the water settled, but Gandalf could feel the change in the air. Throughout the Citadel, guardians began to collapse, falling into a deep slumber. Dreams leaked from their sleeping forms like golden mist, flowing through the corridors toward the deeper chambers where the most powerful memories were stored. Gandalf knew what he had to do. The only way to stop Alistair was to enter the realm of dreams himself, to face the memories he had locked away centuries ago. But this time, he would not face them alone. Ariadne, he called, and a young guardian stepped forward, her silver robes shimmering with protective runes. Your gift of seeing through illusions will be crucial now. We must enter the dreamlands together, but Master Gandalf, she hesitated. The laws forbid entering another's dreams. Some laws must be broken to preserve what they protect. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Will you trust me? She nodded, her eyes showing both fear and determination. In the highest chamber of the Citadel, they prepared the ritual. As Gandalf drew the circles of power, he spoke quietly to Ariadne. What you must understand is that dreams are not merely shadows of our minds. They are gateways to truth, often truths we hide even from ourselves. Is that why your brother was sealed in dreams? Gandalf paused, the memory of that terrible day washing over him. Alistair believed that by consuming dreams, he could become as powerful as the ancient gods. He did not understand that dreams are not meant to be possessed, but to be experienced and released, the circles complete. They sat facing each other, the air thick with incense and magic. Ready yourself, Gandalf warned. What we see may not be pleasant, but it will be real as dreams can be. As they began to drift into the dreamlands, the walls of the Citadel seemed to dissolve around them. They floated in a sea of memories, each one glowing like a star. Gandalf could see them all the day. He and Alistair were chosen as guardians, their first battles against the forces of darkness, the moment Alistair began to change. There, Ariadne pointed to a darkness moving through the field of memories, consuming them one by one. He's devouring the collected dreams of the Citadel. Gandalf steered them toward the darkness, but as they approached, the memories around them began to shift. They were no longer merely observing, but living through Gandalf's past. They stood in the great hall of the Citadel, as it had been 1,000 years ago, watching as two brothers faced each other in final confrontation. This is where it happened, Gandalf said softly. Where I failed him, the scene played out before them Alistair, drunk on stolen dreams, wielding powers no mortal was meant to possess. The younger Gandalf, desperate to stop his brother before he destroyed himself and the Citadel. The terrible choice that led to Alastair's imprisonment. But this time, Gandalf saw something he had missed before. In Alastair's eyes, beneath the madness and power, there was fear of being left behind, of being forgotten while his brother grew in wisdom and respect. I understand now, Gandalf whispered. The seal wasn't meant to imprison you, brother. It was meant to protect you until I found a way to help you. The darkness around them paused in its consumption of dreams. Alastair's voice echoed through the dreamlands. Help me. You abandoned me to darkness. No, Gandalf stood, his power radiating like a star. I gave you time I should have given you before. Time to understand that true power comes not from taking dreams, but from sharing them. With those words, Gandalf began to share his own dreams, not just memories, but hopes, fears, and most importantly, his love for his brother. Ariadne added her power to his, her gift allowing them to cut through the illusions Alistair had wrapped around himself. The darkness began to shrink, condensing into the form of a man who looked both ancient and young, both familiar and strange. Alistair stood before them, no longer a creature of shadow, but a being of flesh and memory. "Brother," Gandalf held out his hand. "Come home." In the chamber of eternal vigilance, the guardians began to wake. The waters of the scrying pool cleared, and the eternal flames burned bright once more. Two brothers sat beside the pool, a millennium of shadows between them, beginning the long process of healing. And in the highest tower of the Citadel of 1,000 lights, a young guardian watched the sunrise, understanding at last why the fortress had been built not to hold power, but to protect the most precious magic of all, the power to dream, to remember, and to forgive. Story 2. The ancient scrolls in Gandalf's private chambers held many secrets, but none weighed heavier on his conscience than the weathered parchment sealed with black wax and bound by chains of silver light. For centuries, it had remained untouched, a reminder of the day he had created the most powerful and most forbidden spell ever woven into the fabric of Middle-earth. Tonight, as the moon cast long shadows through the tower windows, the silver chains began to flicker and fade. Gandalf stood before the scroll, his aged hands hovering over the failing bonds. Each pulse of weakening magic sent ripples through the air, carrying whispers of ancient voices he had hoped never to hear again. The shadow witches were stirring in their eternal sleep. "You sense it too, don't you?" A soft voice broke through his contemplation. Luna, his young apprentice, stood in the doorway, her silver eyes reflecting the moonlight. She was unique among his students, blessed or perhaps cursed with the ability to see through any illusion. "The seals are failing," Gandalf acknowledged, his voice heavy with centuries of guilt. "I had hoped this day would never come." Luna approached the scroll cautiously. "The other masters speak of the shadow witches only in whispers. They say you defeated them in the great battle of the Dark Moon." A bitter smile crossed Gandalf's face. "History is written by the victorious, and sometimes the truth is too dangerous to be known." He waved his staff, and the air filled with shimmering images of the past. 3 centuries ago, the Shadow Witches were not our enemies, but our greatest allies. The images showed magnificent women in robes of midnight blue, wielding powers that danced between light and shadow. They stood alongside the wizards of old, defending the realms of men against ancient evils. Their leader, Queen Morgana, was the most powerful wielder of dream magic ever known. Gandalf continued, his eyes distant with memory. "She taught me secrets of spellcraft that no other wizard had ever mastered. But power, even in the noblest hands, can corrupt." The images shifted, showing darkness creeping into the witches' magic, their spells turning from protection to domination. They began to believe that to truly protect the realm, they needed to control it completely. Their dream magic became a tool to enter people's minds, to shape their thoughts and beliefs, and you stopped them. Luna asked, though her eyes suggested she already sensed there was more to the story. Gandalf's hand trembled as he reached for the scroll. "I didn't just stop them. I created a spell so powerful, so fundamentally wrong, that its very existence violated the laws of nature. A spell to bind not just their bodies, but their very souls in eternal slumber." The chains around the scroll clinked softly, responding to his proximity. "Queen Morgana trusted me with the deepest secrets of dream magic. I used that knowledge to create their prison, betraying everything she had taught me in the name of the greater good." Luna's eyes widened as she saw through the illusions surrounding the scroll, perceiving its true nature. "The spell. It's alive." "Yes," Gandalf whispered. "It feeds on their dreams, using their own power to maintain their imprisonment. But now, after centuries, the dream prison is weakening. They're learning to reach through their dreams, to touch the waking world, as if in response to his words. The shadows in the room deepened, and whispers echoed from the corners. Luna shivered as a cold breeze carried the scent of night, blooming flowers, the signature perfume of the Shadow Witches. "We must act quickly," Gandalf said, gathering his staff. "If they fully awaken, they will seek vengeance not just against me, but against all the realms of men. And after centuries of dreaming, their power may have grown beyond anything we can imagine. What can we do?" Luna asked, her young face set with determination. Gandalf began drawing complex symbols on the floor around the scroll. "I must enter the dream prison myself, confront them in the realm of dreams where they are strongest. Your gift of seeing through illusions may be our only hope of navigating their dreamscape without becoming lost, but Master Gandalf, if you reveal yourself to them, then I will face the consequences of my actions." As I should have centuries ago, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Sometimes the only way to right an ancient wrong is to face it directly." The ritual circle complete, Gandalf and Luna sat cross-legged on either side of the scroll. As Gandalf began the incantation, the chains dissolved, and the black wax seal melted away. The parchment unrolled itself, revealing symbols that burned with dark fire. The world around them began to fade, replaced by a landscape of endless twilight. Floating islands drifted through a star-filled void, connected by bridges of starlight and shadow. On each island, a shadow witch slumbered in a cocoon of dark energy. "Be careful," Gandalf warned as they stepped onto the nearest bridge. "In this realm, dreams are reality, and reality is merely another dream." They made their way to the central island, where Queen Morgana herself floated in a crystal chamber. Her eyes opened as they approached, midnight blue and filled with ancient power. "So," her voice echoed through the dreamscape, "the architect of our prison finally shows his face." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff lowered. "Morgana, I've come to make right what I did wrong by freeing us." She smiled, expression caught between beauty and cruelty. "Or by seeking to strengthen our bonds?" "By offering a choice," Gandalf replied. "The world has changed. The powers that drove us to conflict have faded. Perhaps it's time for both of us to learn from our past mistakes." Morgana's laughter filled the void. "You speak of mistakes? You, who betrayed everything I taught you, who twisted the sacred art of dream magic to create this abomination." "Yes," Gandalf's voice was firm. "I betrayed your trust. I chose an expedient solution over a righteous one. But now I offer you and your sisters a chance to return, to use your powers as you once did, in defense of all peoples." Luna stepped forward, her gift allowing her to see the truth behind the Queen's stern facade. "He speaks sincerely, Your Majesty, and I see in your heart that you've had centuries to reflect as well. The darkness that corrupted your purpose. It's no longer there." Morgana studied the young apprentice thoughtfully. Then slowly, the crystal chamber began to crack. Perhaps we have all dreamed long enough, one by one." The Shadow Witches began to wake, their cocoons dissolving into mist. As they gathered on the central island, Gandalf raised his staff, beginning the complex spell that would reverse his ancient working. "Know this," Morgana said as the dreamscape began to fade around them. "We will not forget, nor fully forgive. But we will try to forge a new path, if you will do the same." When Gandalf and Luna opened their eyes in the tower chamber, 13 women in robes of midnight blue stood before them. Their powers restored but tempered by centuries of dreams and reflection. And so began a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth, one where ancient wrongs could be acknowledged and ancient powers could learn to work together once more. The scroll that had held Gandalf's greatest shame crumbled to dust, but its lesson would remain. Sometimes the heaviest chains are those we place upon ourselves, and true wisdom lies not in the power to bind, but in the courage to set free. Story 3. High in the frost-spined mountains, where the air grew thin, and the wind sang ancient songs through ice-carved peaks, Gandalf the Grey discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of his centuries-old conscience. The snow-laden path before him led to the ruins of the Temple of Eternal Frost, its crystalline spires still reaching defiantly toward the steel-gray sky, despite the ravages of time and war. He had walked this path before, 1,000 years ago, during the Great Dragon War. Then the temple had blazed with blue-white dragon fire as the ice dragons made their last stand against the combined might of men and wizards. Gandalf had led that charge, believing the frost worms too dangerous to continue existing in Middle-earth. Now, as he pushed open the great doors of ice and crystal, their surface etched with the history of a species he had helped destroy, the weight of ancient guilt pressed upon his shoulders like a physical thing. The temple's interior was a cathedral of ice, its vast chambers illuminated by an ethereal blue light that seemed to pulse from within the very walls. Frozen waterfalls stood like pillars, and the floor was a mirror of perfectly clear ice, reflecting the intricate patterns of the vaulted ceiling above. But it was what lay at the temple's heart that drew Gandalf forward with growing amazement and dread. There, cradled in a nest of crystallized dragon breath, sat an egg the size of a man's torso. Its surface was like opalized ice, swirling with patterns of frost that shifted and changed as if alive. It was impossible the ice dragons had been extinct for a millennium, their eggs destroyed to ensure their kind would never again threaten the realms of men. Yet here one remained, preserved in perfect stasis by magic from more ancient than his own. As Gandalf approached, his staff illuminating the darkness, a voice echoed through the chamber, not in his ears, but in his mind. So the dragon's lair returns. The voice was ancient and cold, yet not unkind. From the shadows emerged an elf with skin like blue ice and hair the color of Arctic nights. Rimefrost the Exile, last priestess of the ice dragons, whom Gandalf had not seen since the day of the temple's fall. "You knew I would come," Gandalf said, his voice echoing off the crystalline walls. "I have waited a millennium for this moment," Rimefrost replied, moving to stand beside the egg. "Since the day you led the assault on this temple, I have guarded this last hope of the ice dragons, waiting for you to understand what was lost." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. "We believed them a threat to all free peoples. Their power over winter itself was a gift," Rimefrost interrupted, "not a curse. They maintained the balance of seasons, prevented the ice caps from melting, kept ancient horrors frozen in their pristine prisons. But fear and ignorance led to their destruction." She placed a hand on the egg's surface. "Yet, here lies a chance for redemption." The egg pulsed with inner light at her touch, and Gandalf felt something he had not experienced in centuries, a dragon's consciousness brushing against his own. But unlike the minds he had touched during the war, filled with fury and fear, this one was pure, untouched by the conflicts of the past. "It's awakening," he whispered. "Yes," Rimefrost smiled, "and it has chosen its guardian." Before Gandalf could respond, the egg's surface began to crack, lines of light spreading like lightning across its shell. The temperature in the chamber dropped dramatically, frost patterns swirling across every surface. As the shell fell away, a dragon hatchling emerged, its scales the color of glacier ice with hints of aurora borealis shimmering beneath. Its eyes, when they opened, were the deep blue of the frozen ocean, and they fixed upon Gandalf with ancient wisdom and newfound innocence. "Impossible," Gandalf breathed. "The egg has been waiting," Rimefrost explained, preserved in time until the right guardian could be found. One who understood both the power and the price of destruction. One who had learned from the past. The hatchling spread its crystalline wings, each membrane like stained glass made of ice, and took its first unsteady steps toward Gandalf. Its mind reached for his again, sharing images of soaring through winter skies, of maintaining the delicate balance of nature's forces, of the sacred duty its kind had held before their fall. But the Order of the Red Wizards, Gandalf protested, even as his heart opened to the young dragon's touch. They still seek the power to control time itself. If they learn of this hatchling's existence, then you must protect it, Rimefrost said firmly. This is your chance to right an ancient wrong, to restore balance to the world. The ice dragons were never meant to rule winter, Gandalf, but to serve as its guardians. Just as this hatchling now needs a guardian of its own, as if in response to her words, the dragon hatchling pressed its cool snout against Gandalf's hand. In that moment of connection, he saw the truth of her words and the magnitude of what had been lost in the war. The ice dragons had been custodians of ancient knowledge, keepers of natural balance, guardians against forces far darker than their frost magic had ever been. What is its name? Gandalf asked softly, as the hatchling curled its long neck around his arm. Rimefrost's eyes sparkled like starlight on snow. That is for you to discover. Names have power, as you well know, and this one's true name will reveal itself in time. A distant rumble echoed through the temple chambers, not of ice or stone, but of other forces stirring. The Red Wizards were ever vigilant for signs of ancient power awakening. They sense the hatching, Rimefrost warned. You must go. The hatchling's power will grow, and with it, the chance to restore what was lost. But first, it must survive. Gandalf gathered the young dragon in his arms, feeling its cool scales against his chest. And what of you? My vigil is ended, she smiled, her form already beginning to fade like snow in sunlight. The last ice dragon is in the hands of one who now understands the importance of preservation over destruction. Guard it well, Dragon's Lair turned guardian, as Gandalf descended the mountain with his precious charge. Snow began to fall, not the bitter driving snow of storm, but gentle flakes that danced in the air like stars. The dragon hatchling raised its head to catch them on its tongue, and in that simple gesture, Gandalf saw hope for a future where ancient wrongs could be made right, and forgotten magics could return to restore balance to a world that had long forgotten their importance. The next chapter of their story was just beginning, written in tracks of wizard and wormling in the pristine snow of the Frostspine Mountains. Story 4. The halls of Minas Tirith echoed with an unnatural silence as Gandalf hurried through the marble corridors, his gray robes sweeping across the polished stone. The usual bustle of court life had given way to whispers and fearful glances, for King Elessar, once the proud ruler of Gondor, had not left his chambers in 3 days. Above the White City, storm clouds gathered unnaturally, their edges tinged with an eerie purple light. Gandalf knew the source of this darkness, the Crown of Shadows, an artifact he had warned against keeping within the kingdom's walls. But kings, even wise ones, sometimes let pride override prudence. The guards at the royal chamber doors stepped aside without a word, their faces pale with worry. Inside, the air was thick with shadow that seemed to drink in the light of the torches. On his throne sat King Elessar, but he was changed. The crown upon his head was no longer the winged crown of Gondor, but something else, a twisted circlet of black metal that seemed to shift and move of its own accord, sending tendrils of darkness down across the king's face. I wondered when you would come, old friend. Elessar's voice was his own, yet somehow hollow. Have you come to admire what your precious crown has become? Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. That crown was never meant to remain in Gondor. The ancient warnings were clear: its power corrupts, all it touches corrupts. LSR laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Or perhaps it reveals truths we're too afraid to face. I see so clearly now, Gandalf. The weakness in men's hearts, the futility of mercy. The shadow tendrils writhed more intensely as he spoke. Those are the crown's thoughts, not yours. Gandalf stepped forward, but darkness swirled between them like a living barrier. You must fight its influence. Fight? Why should I fight against power freely given? The king rose, shadows trailing him like a cloak. You fear what you don't understand, just as you did with the Knights of Twilight. Tell me, how fares Lady Arya since you banished her order from these halls? The words struck Gandalf like physical blows. The Knights of Twilight, his greatest mistake, one that had cost him dear friends and allies. He had accused them of dark practices, of corrupting the very magic they were sworn to protect. Arya Penumbra, their leader, had been like a daughter to him before that day. I was wrong about the Knights, Gandalf admitted, his voice heavy with regret. And I'm trying to make that right. But first, we must free you from this crown's influence. A new voice spoke from the shadows. Then perhaps it's time for old wounds to heal. Arya Penumbra stepped out of a darkened corner, her twilight-colored robes shimmering with protective runes. She had aged little in the years since her exile, though her eyes held depths of wisdom that had not been there before. The Knights of Twilight have been watching, she said, moving to stand beside Gandalf. We knew this day would come when the crown's true nature revealed itself. The question is, Old Master, will you trust us now as you should have then? Gandalf looked at his former student, seeing in her face the same determination that had first prompted him to take her as an apprentice. The crown's magic is unlike anything I've encountered. It feeds on regret, on the darkness in men's souls. Then perhaps that's exactly what we need. Arya smiled grimly. The Knights of Twilight don't fight the darkness, Gandalf. We understand it, guide it, transform it. That's what you never understood around them. The shadows continued to writhe and grow. But Gandalf noticed something curious. They seemed to flow differently around Arya, almost respectfully, as if acknowledging a kindred spirit. The crown cannot be destroyed, Gandalf said carefully, but perhaps it can be. Transformed? Arya nodded. The Knights have maintained certain rituals, passed down through generations. Rituals you once condemned as dark magic, but which might now be our only hope. King Elisar's laughter echoed again, but this time it held a note of uncertainty. The crown's shadows recoiled slightly from Arya's presence. We'll need the full circle, Arya continued. 12 Knights of Twilight, stationed at the cardinal points. And you, Gandalf, your power of light, combined with our understanding of shadow, a joining of opposites. Gandalf mused, beginning to understand. Not to destroy the darkness, but to bring it into balance, Arya finished. She raised her hands, and shadows gathered around them like loyal pets. Will you trust me, Master? Despite everything that's passed between us? Gandalf looked at his former student, then at his old friend trapped upon the throne. The answer, he realized, had been there all along in the very name of the order he had wrongly condemned. Twilight was neither light nor dark, but the perfect balance of both. Call your knights, he said firmly. What followed was unlike any ritual Gandalf had ever participated in. 12 Knights of Twilight stood in a circle around the throne, their robes shimmering between shadow and light. Arya stood before the king, while Gandalf took his place behind the throne. The knights began to chant in an ancient tongue, their voices weaving together like threads of fate. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal head blazing with white light, while Arya raised her hands wreathed in living shadow. The crown's darkness fought back, sending tendrils of pure void whipping through the air like angry serpents. But where light met shadow in the night circle, a new power emerged, the power of twilight itself, neither good nor evil, but simply balanced. The crown's grip on LOTR began to weaken. Its shadows, rather than being destroyed, were transformed, woven into something new by the night's magic. The black metal began to change, becoming neither the dark crown of shadow nor the bright crown of Gondor, but something in between, a crown of twilight, its surface rippling like the evening sky. As the last shadows cleared from LOTR's mind, he slumped forward into Arya's waiting arms. The new crown slipped from his head, but instead of clattering to the floor, it floated gently down to rest upon a cushion of twilight energy. "It will need guardians," Arya said softly, looking at her former master. "Those who understand both light and shadow, and the importance of maintaining their balance." Gandalf nodded slowly. "The Knights of Twilight have proven themselves worthy of that task. And I have proved myself worthy only of asking forgiveness." Arya's smile was like the first star appearing at dusk. "Forgiveness was given long ago, Master. We were simply waiting for you to be ready to accept it." As the knights prepared to take the transformed crown to their sanctuary, Gandalf watched his former student with new eyes. Sometimes he realized the greatest wisdom comes not from being right, but from learning to admit when we are wrong. The clouds above Minas Tirith began to clear, revealing a sky neither bright nor dark, but painted in the perfect hues of twilight. Story 5. Deep within the crystal forest, where ancient trees were leaves of translucent crystal that chimed softly in the wind, a prophecy waited to be discovered. For millennia, its words had remained hidden, etched in dragon script upon the heart of the oldest tree in the realm, a massive crystal oak whose roots, it was said, reached down to the very foundations of Middle-earth. Gandalf stood before this tree as the first rays of dawn filtered through its crystalline canopy, casting rainbow patterns across his gray robes. He had walked these woods countless times over the centuries, yet never had he felt such a pull toward this particular tree. Something had changed. The magic that had concealed the prophecy was weakening. As he approached, the crystal bark began to glow with an inner fire, and the dragon script emerged like veins of gold beneath ice. The sight of those ancient runes stirred something deep within him, a memory he had buried so deeply that even he had almost forgotten its truth. "I knew I would find you here," came a voice like wind chimes in a storm. Thorin Silvermane, keeper of the crystal forest's lore, emerged from between the crystal trees. The ancient elf's eyes held the wisdom of ages and something more, recognition. "The concealment spell is failing," Gandalf said quietly, his eyes fixed on the glowing runes. "No," Thorin corrected, "it's responding to your presence. After all these centuries, the magic recognizes its maker. Or should I say, its king?" Gandalf's hand tightened on his staff. "You know, I have always known, Lord Draconer." Thorin used a name that had not been spoken aloud in over 1,000 years. "I was there when you cast the spell of concealment, when you chose to walk among the peoples of Middle-earth, not as the last Dragon King, but as a humble wizard. The crystal leaves above them chimed more intensely as Gandalf's carefully maintained illusion began to flicker. For a moment, his gray robes seemed to shimmer with scales, and his eyes held the ancient fire of dragonkind. "The time of dragons was ending," Gandalf said, his voice resonating with power he usually kept hidden. "Our pride, our power. It was destroying the very world we claimed to protect." Someone had to ensure our knowledge wasn't lost, but was used wisely, and so the last Dragon King disappeared. Thorin nodded, and Gandalf the Grey appeared in his place, guiding rather than ruling, advising rather than commanding. But now the prophecy was revealing itself, and with it stirred ancient powers. From the misty mountains came the sound of dark wings, and shadows began to gather at the edges of the crystal forest. The forces of darkness, ever vigilant for signs of dragon magic, had sensed the awakening power. They're coming, Thorin warned, unnecessarily. The servants of Shadow have long sought the power of the Dragon Kings. Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of power beneath the earth, the stirring of ancient magics that had slumbered for centuries. Perhaps it's time, he said softly, for the truth to be known. The dragon script on the tree blazed brighter, and Gandalf began to translate. When Shadow's wings darken the crystal leaves, and ancient secrets stir beneath the earth, the hidden king must choose his path anew between the power that was his by birth, and wisdom earned through centuries of gray. Before he could finish, a screech split the air. Dark shapes descended from above shadow drakes, corrupt creatures bred by dark powers to mock the true dragons of old. They crashed through the crystal canopy, sending shards of living crystal raining down. The prophecy must not fall into their hands. Thorin drew his moonsilver blade, which gleamed with elven enchantments. Gandalf stood straight, and for the first time in centuries, he let his disguise fall away completely. His gray robes transformed into scales of silver and storm cloud gray. His staff became a scepter of crystal and starlight, its power no longer constrained by the limitations he had placed upon himself. "No," he said, his voice carrying the thunder of dragon speech. "It is time for them to learn why the Dragon Kings were both revered and feared." The shadow drakes hesitated at the sight of him, their corrupt souls recognizing the power they had been bred to imitate. But their masters will drove them forward, darkness streaming from their wings like corrupt smoke. Gandalf raised his scepter, and the crystal trees around them resonated with his power. The very forest seemed to sing as ancient magics awakened. Each crystal leaf became a prism of pure power, transforming the morning light into beams of dragon fire that lanced through the shadow drakes. But even as he wielded this power, Gandalf remembered why he had chosen to hide it for so long. Such power was intoxicating, dangerous in its perfection. The temptation to rule rather than guide, to command rather than advise, stirred in his heart. The last line of the prophecy blazed in his mind. For true power lies not in the crown, but in the choice to lay it down. Understanding flooded through him. The prophecy wasn't about reclaiming his power as Dragon King, it was about choosing, once again, how best to use that power. As the last shadow drake fell, Gandalf let his dragon form fade, returning to the gray robes he had worn for so long. But he was changed, no longer hiding his true nature, but choosing to contain it, to use it wisely. "You chose the gray path again," Thorin observed, sheathing his blade. "The world doesn't need a Dragon King." Gandalf smiled, looking at his staff, now blend of both forms, neither fully scepter nor simple walking stick. It needs balance, wisdom, and guidance. The time of dragons has passed, but their wisdom can live on in other forms. The crystal oak's glow faded, but the prophecy remained visible, a reminder that sometimes the greatest power lies not in what we claim, but in what we choose to set aside. The crystal leaves above chimed softly in the morning breeze, their song now carrying a hint of dragon song, a secret melody for those wise enough to hear it. And so Gandalf the Grey, last of the Dragon Kings, continued his chosen path, not ruling from above, but walking among the peoples of Middle-earth, guiding them toward wisdom with a power tempered by humility and strengthened by choice. Story 6. High above the misty mountains, where clouds danced with ancient spires of stone, the singing islands floated like pearls suspended in the morning sky. Here, in this realm where reality itself was woven from threads of pure melody, Gandalf the Grey stood motionless upon a crystal balcony, his weathered staff held tight in gnarled fingers. Something was wrong with the song. For millennia, the fundamental harmony of creation had flowed through these isles, maintaining the delicate balance of elements that kept the world in tune. But now, listening with senses far keener than mortal ears, Gandalf could hear the discord growing subtle at first, like a string instrument slowly falling out of tune, but growing more pronounced with each passing day. The harmony wanes. Came a soft voice behind him. Turning, Gandalf beheld Arya, a young barda whose silver hair seemed to shimmer with its own inner melody. Her presence here was no coincidence. Among all the musicians of the Singing Islands, only she possessed the rare gift of storm singing, able to calm the elemental tempests with her voice alone. Indeed, Gandalf replied, his deep voice resonating with concern. The primordial symphony is being corrupted, note by note. If we do not act soon, the very fabric of reality will begin to unravel. The wind carried the distant sound of thunder, but not the natural kind. These were the drums of chaos, beating in opposition to the world's natural rhythm. Somewhere out there, dissonance, an entity born from the spaces between notes, was working to rewrite the fundamental music of existence. We must gather the 4 elemental instruments, Gandalf declared, pulling his gray cloak tight against the strengthening wind. The harp of winds from the aerial temples, the drum of earth from the deep halls, the flute of waters from the coral spires, and the bell of fire from the forge of dawn. Only together can they restore the primordial symphony. Arya's eyes widened. But the instruments were scattered ages ago, hidden by the first musicians to prevent their power from being misused. How can we possibly begin with what is nearest? Gandalf interrupted, pointing his staff toward a distant floating temple, its silver spires piercing the clouds like needles of light. The harp of winds still sings in the aerial temples, though few now remember its voice. Their journey to the aerial temples proved treacherous. The path between the floating islands had once been stable, maintained by the power of song, but now it wavered like a mirage in desert heat. Gandalf and Arya carefully made their way across bridges of pure sound, their footsteps creating ripples in the musical forces that held the paths together. The aerial temples themselves were a marvel of crystalline architecture, their transparent walls humming with ancient melodies. But as they approached the central chamber, they found it guarded by Whisperwind's air elementals corrupted by dissonance's influence, their once beautiful voices now transformed into savage howls. "Stay close," Gandalf instructed, raising his staff. As the Whisperwinds attacked, he began to chant in an ancient tongue, his voice weaving a counter-melody to their chaos. Arya joined him, her clear soprano rising above the tempest, and together they created a harmony that caused the corrupted elementals to hesitate, their forms wavering. In that moment of clarity, Gandalf struck his staff against the crystal floor, sending a pulse of pure magic through the temple. The Whisperwinds dissolved into motes of light, their essence returning to the natural flow of the world's song. The harp of winds hung suspended in the chamber's center, its silver strings vibrating in perfect resonance with the air around it. But as Gandalf reached for it, a dark figure materialized from the shadows, a lieutenant of dissonance, its form a writhing mass of discordant notes made manifest. The symphony must be rewritten. It spoke in a voice that hurt the mind. The old music has grown stale. Our master brings a new song, one of beautiful chaos. There is beauty and harmony, as well as chaos, Gandalf replied, his voice firm. But what you offer is not chaos, it is destruction. With a swift motion, he cast a spell of unveiling, revealing the true nature of dissonance's magic, not a new song, but the unmaking of all song. The battle that followed was fought with music as much as magic. While Gandalf engaged the lieutenant in arcane combat, Arya made her way to the harp. Her fingers found its strings just as the lieutenant launched a devastating attack of pure discord at Gandalf. The wizard fell to one knee, his defenses cracking, but then Arya began to play. The harp of winds sang out with a voice that had not been heard in an age, its music weaving through the air like strands of silver light. The lieutenant's form began to dissolve, unable to maintain its coherence in the presence of such pure harmony. With a final gesture, Gandalf banished the creature back to the void between notes from which it had emerged. One instrument found, Arya said softly, still cradling the harp. 3 remain, Gandalf nodded, leaning slightly on his staff. And our task grows harder with each step. Dissonance will know we move against it now. The corruption of the world's song will accelerate, as if in response to his words, a deep tremor ran through the floating islands. In the distance, storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, their shapes forming patterns that spoke of conscious malevolence rather than natural weather. The drum of earth lies next upon our path, Gandalf said, studying the gathering darkness. We must descend to the deep halls, where the very heartbeat of the world echoes through chambers of living stone. Arya looked up at her companion, seeing both weariness and determination in his ancient eyes. Will we have time? The symphony time is a rhythm all its own, Gandalf replied with a slight smile. And we are its musicians now. Come, the next movement of our quest awaits, and we must not miss our cue. Together, they began their descent from the aerial temples, the harp of winds singing softly on Arya's back. Above them, the storm clouds continued to gather, and in their thunder, they could hear the laughter of dissonance, a sound like breaking strings and shattering harmonies. But Gandalf and Arya carried with them something stronger than chaos, the first notes of hope, a harmony that would grow stronger with each recovered instrument. The symphony of elements had begun, and though the path ahead was dark and fraught with danger, they would see it through to its final, resounding chord. For in this realm where music shaped reality, they were not just fighting for harmony, they were fighting for existence itself. And as any true musician knows, every great symphony must face its moments of discord before reaching its triumphant resolution. The story of Gandalf, Arya, and their quest for the elemental instruments was far from over. In the deep halls, beneath the floating isles, the drum of earth waited, its rhythms echoing through caverns of crystal and stone. But that would be another movement in this grand symphony, one that would test their resolve and their harmony in ways they had yet to imagine. Story 7. In the heart of the ancient kingdoms, where reality bent like light through crystal, stood the labyrinth of time, a sprawling maze of mirrored corridors where past, present, and future danced in an eternal waltz. Gandalf the Grey stood before its ethereal entrance, his reflection multiplied 1,000-fold in the crystalline walls, each image showing him at different moments of his long life. Something was wrong with time itself. He had felt it first as a subtle disturbance, like ripples in a still pond, but now the distortions were becoming impossible to ignore. Crucial moments in history were vanishing, leaving behind void spaces in the fabric of reality spaces that threatened to unravel the very tapestry of existence. The damage spreads quickly, doesn't it? The voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. A figure stepped out from between two mirrors, Kronos, the Time Walker, his silver cloak shimmering with temporal energies. Once, he had been among those who sought to manipulate time for personal gain, but now he stood as an ally, seeking redemption for past transgressions. Too quickly, Gandalf replied, his eyes narrowing as he studied the shifting reflections around them. Someone is systematically erasing crucial moments from history. The question is, who would dare risk such dangerous manipulation of time itself? The Void Weaver, Kronos said softly, his voice carrying an edge of fear. I've seen traces of their work across different time streams. They believe that by unmaking certain moments, they can reshape reality into their ideal form. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. Then we must stop them before the damage becomes irreversible. Show me where they struck first. Kronos led the way into the labyrinth, navigating its ever-shifting corridors with practiced ease. Each mirror they passed showed different moments in history. Great battles, quiet treaties, seemingly insignificant meetings that had changed the course of nations. But some mirrors now showed only darkness moments that had been erased from time's flow. They came to a halt before one such darkened mirror. This was the first, Kronos explained, the moment when the Council of Wizards was formed. Without it, magic would have remained wild and unchecked. Gandalf finished grimly. The great wars of the First Age would have ended differently. He reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and images flickered briefly to life, echoes of what had been erased. A sound like breaking glass echoed through the corridors. They're here, Kronos whispered. The Void Weaver continues their work. They rushed through the twisting passages, following the sound of shattering time. Each turn brought them through different eras, the air growing thick with temporal energy. Finally, they emerged into a vast chamber where hundreds of mirrors floated in a spherical arrangement, each one showing a different crucial moment in history. In the chamber's center stood a figure cloaked in shadows that seemed to absorb light itself, the Void Weaver. Their hands moved with graceful precision as they reached out to touch mirror after mirror, each one darkening at their touch. Stop! Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber. You cannot comprehend the damage you're causing to the fabric of reality itself. The Void Weaver turned, and Gandalf felt his heart grow cold. For beneath the shadowy hood, he saw his own face twisted and aged by countless centuries, worn by the weight of too many decisions, too many regrets. I comprehend perfectly, the other Gandalf spoke, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. I am you, from a future where all our efforts to maintain balance brought nothing but greater chaos. I have seen the end of all things, and I know now that the only way to prevent it is to unmake the choices that led us there. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal tip glowing with power. There is always another way. The future is not set in stone, isn't it? The Void Weaver, the future Gandalf gestured to the mirrors around them. How many times have we watched history repeat itself? How many times have we seen the same mistakes made, the same corruptions take root? By removing these moments, I can create a cleaner path, a better future. But as the Void Weaver spoke, Gandalf noticed something in the mirrors around them. Each darkened surface wasn't truly empty, it contained something worse. The spaces left behind by erased moments were being filled by shadow, by chaos, by something that sought to devour reality itself. Look at what you're truly creating, Gandalf said, pointing to the spreading darkness. Not a better future, but no future at all. The void you leave behind is being filled by something far worse than the imperfect moments you seek to erase. Kronos stepped forward, his own temporal powers creating ripples in the air. He's right. I've seen it before. The spaces between moments cannot remain empty. They will be filled by the void itself. The Void Weaver hesitated, looking at the creeping darkness that spread like ink through the mirrors. For a moment, Gandalf saw his own future self wrestling with the terrible weight of knowledge and responsibility that had driven him to such desperate measures. Acting quickly, Gandalf began to chant in an ancient tongue, weaving a spell of restoration. Kronos joined him, adding his own power to the working. Together, they began to restore the erased moments, fighting against the void that sought to claim them. The Void Weaver, the future Gandalf, stood frozen, watching as history reasserted itself. Then slowly, he began to fade. Perhaps I was wrong, he whispered. Perhaps it is not the moments themselves that must change, but how we face them. As the last trace of the Void Weaver vanished, the mirrors around them blazed with renewed light. History flowed once more through the labyrinth of time, imperfect but unbroken, carrying all the weight of its triumphs and tragedies. Gandalf lowered his staff, feeling the weight of what he had witnessed. He had seen a possible future for himself, one born of despair and the burden of too much knowledge. But he had also seen the importance of accepting the imperfect flow of time, of finding hope, even in the darkest moments. The labyrinth is healing, Kronos observed, watching as the last traces of void faded from the mirrors. But the memory of what happened here will remain, as it should, Gandalf replied softly. For it is not our task to perfect the past, but to learn from it as we move forward into the future, whatever it may hold. Together, they made their way back through the twisting corridors of the labyrinth, each step carrying them through different moments of time. Behind them, the mirrors continued their eternal dance, reflecting the endless flow of history, not perfect, but whole and filled with possibilities yet to come. Story 8. Deep within the lonely mountain's ancient halls, where shadows danced against walls carved by long-forgotten dwarven hands, Gandalf the Grey stood before the chamber of eternal fire. The primordial flame burned before him, its azure light casting otherworldly patterns across the chamber's crystalline walls. For centuries, this sacred fire had kept the legion of shadows sealed away in their prison of darkness, but something had changed. The flame, once bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber, now flickered weakly, its light diminishing with each passing moment. Gandalf could feel his own powers waning in concert with the sacred fire, as if some unseen force was draining both simultaneously. You feel it too, don't you, old friend? The voice seemed to emanate from within a blood-red gem that hung suspended in the air beside the flame. Within its faceted surface, a figure of pure fire danced Ignis, an ancient fire spirit imprisoned ages ago for knowing too many of the world's burning secrets. Indeed, Gandalf replied, his weathered hand gripping his staff tighter. The flame weakens, and with it, the seals that hold back the legion of shadows. But this is no natural dimming. The twilight nights have returned, Ignis whispered, its flame form twisting anxiously within the gem. I have seen them in my crystal prison, moving through the mountain's deeper shadows. They seek to extinguish all that remains of the original fire. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. The twilight nights had once been noble guardians, sworn to protect the balance between light and shadow. But corruption had seeped into their order, twisting their purpose until they believed that only in darkness could true peace be found. A distant echo of metal on stone reached them, and Gandalf's expression hardened. They approach, but they cannot be allowed to succeed. The Legion of Shadows would devastate this world if freed. There is a way, Ignis said urgently. The eternal beacons, the original sources of all fire magic. 4 still burn in the far corners of the world. If their power could be gathered and brought here, then we could restore the primordial flame, Gandalf finished. He studied the imprisoned spirit thoughtfully. But I would need a guide, one who knows the location of each beacon. And I cannot leave the flame unprotected, the fire spirit's form twisted in what might have been a smile. Free me, Gandalf the Grey. I swear by the first spark that I will help you save the flame that binds my lesser kin. It was a desperate gamble, but time was running out. Gandalf raised his staff and spoke words in an ancient tongue, shattering the crystal prison. Ignis emerged in a burst of crimson light, taking the form of a tall, ethereal figure wreathed in living flame. They had barely completed the binding ritual when the chamber's massive doors burst open. 3 figures entered, clad in armor that seemed to absorb the flame's light. The Twilight Knights had arrived. "Stand aside," Gandalf, the lead knight, commanded, his voice echoing hollowly within his helm. "The age of fire must end. Only in darkness can the world find true peace." Peace? Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber. "You would unleash the Legion of Shadows upon an unsuspecting world. That is not peace, it is annihilation." The battle that followed was swift and terrible. The Twilight Knights wielded shadows as weapons, their corrupted magic clashing against Gandalf's light. Ignis joined the fray, its flames forcing the knights back, but their shadow-forged armor protected them from the worst of the fire's heat. "We must go," Ignis called out as more shadow warriors appeared at the chamber entrance. The first beacon burns atop Mount Celestial, where the stars themselves catch fire at dawn. Gandalf knew the spirit spoke truly. They could not win this battle, not here, not now. With a final gesture of his staff, he created a wall of white flame between them and the knights, buying precious seconds. "Protect the flame until we return," he commanded the mountain itself, his magic seeping into the very stone. The chamber doors slammed shut, ancient dwarven mechanisms awakening to seal the entrance. Together, Gandalf and Ignis raced through the mountain's twisting corridors, pursued by shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. They emerged under a star-filled sky, the night air sharp with the bite of approaching winter. 4 beacons, Gandalf said as they paused on a high ridge. The star fire of Mount Celestial, the dragon's breath of the volcanic isles, the heart flame of the desert temple, and the ghost fire of the frozen waste. "We must reach them all before the primordial flame fails completely," Ignis nodded, its fiery form blazing brighter in the darkness. "The journey will not be easy. The Twilight Knights will pursue us every step of the way. And each beacon is protected by trials designed to test those who would harness their power. Then we have no time to waste." Gandalf pulled his gray cloak tighter against the chill wind. "Lead on, spirit of the first flame. We have a world to save." As they set out toward the distant peaks of Mount Celestial, Gandalf could feel his powers continuing to fade. The primordial flame's weakness affected all magic linked to fire and light, and soon even the simplest spells would become difficult to maintain. But there was hope. In the east, the first hints of dawn were beginning to paint the sky in shades of gold and pink. Somewhere ahead of them, the star fire beacon waited, its celestial flame burning with the same pure energy that had illuminated the world's first morning. The quest for the 4 beacons had begun, and though shadow pursued them and time grew short, Gandalf knew that as long as even a single spark of their original fire remained, hope could not be fully extinguished. For in this world of light and shadow, it was not the strength of the flame that mattered most, but the will of those who kept it burning. Story 9. The floating city of Valinor hung like a pearl in the twilight sky, its crystalline spires catching the last rays of the setting sun. In the highest tower of the celestial keep, Gandalf the Grey stood before 3 pedestals, each bearing a crown that defied mortal understanding. The crown of the sun blazed with golden fire, the crown of the moon shimmered with silver light, and the crown of stars sparkled with the essence of distant constellations. For 1,000 years, these sacred artifacts had maintained the balance between the mortal and immortal realms. But tonight, something was different. The air itself seemed to pulse with tension, and whispers of corruption echoed through the ancient halls. "They're moving tonight, aren't they?" The soft voice belonged to Elara, youngest of the High Elven Council and the only one Gandalf still trusted. Her silver eyes reflected the ethereal light of the crowns as she moved to stand beside him. "Yes," Gandalf replied grimly, his hand tightening on his staff. "The Council has fallen to the promises of eternal power. They believe unifying the crowns will grant them dominion over both realms," a distant bell tolled, its deep resonance carrying a note of warning. Gandalf's expression hardened as he heard the sound of armored footsteps approaching the chamber. "They come sooner than expected. What will you do?" Elara asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Instead of replying, Gandalf raised his staff, speaking words in an ancient tongue that made the very air crackle with power. The three crowns rose from their pedestals, shrinking until they were no larger than rings, and disappeared into the folds of his gray robes. The chamber doors burst open. 7 figures entered, clad in robes of shimmering silk and wearing masks of pure gold, the corrupted members of the High Elven Council. Their leader, Lord Celestian, stepped forward, his mask depicting a twisted sun consuming a moon. "Gandalf, old friend," his voice dripped with false warmth. "Surely you understand the necessity of what we must do. Why resist the inevitable? With the crowns unified, we could reshape both realms into perfect harmony, perfect harmony." Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber. "You would shatter the very barriers that keep chaos at bay. The crowns must remain separate, as they have since the first dawn. Then you leave us no choice." Celestian sighed, raising a hand crackling with eldritch energy. "Take him," but Gandalf was already moving. His staff struck the crystal floor, releasing a burst of blinding light. In the confusion, he and Elara raced from the chamber, pursued by bolts of devastating magic that turned the corridors to glass behind them. They emerged onto a balcony overlooking the endless twilight sky. Far below, the ancient forest stretched to the horizon, its canopy shimmering with mystical energy. "The prophecy," Elara gasped as they ran. "The one about 3 champions destined to wear the crowns. It's real, isn't it?" "More real than they know," Gandalf replied, leading them toward a hidden platform where a great eagle waited. "The crowns cannot be unified because they were meant for 3 different bearers, each representing a fundamental aspect of existence: courage, wisdom, and hope." The sound of pursuit grew closer. Elara quickly mounted the eagle, but Gandalf hesitated. "You must go to the Forest of the Ancients," he instructed. "Seek out the Keeper of Prophecies. I will lead them away and find my own path there, but the prophecy speaks of a warrior with a pure heart, a scholar with an unwavering spirit, and a healer with an unbreakable will. Find them, Elara. I will join you when I can." Before she could protest further, Gandalf spoke a word of power that sent the eagle soaring into the darkening sky. Then he turned to face his pursuers, his staff blazing with white fire. The battle that followed would be spoken of for centuries in the halls of Valinor. Gandalf stood alone against 7 of the most powerful beings in the realm, his magic holding them at bay long enough for Elara to disappear into the distance. When finally he too made his escape, half the celestial keep had been transformed into flowing glass and living crystal. Days later, in the depths of the ancient forest, Gandalf made his way through trees older than time itself. The 3 crowns hung heavy in his robes, their power calling out to something in the very fabric of reality. He could feel them trying to guide him toward their intended bearers. The first sign came at a woodland stream, where he found a young warrior named Ether practicing sword forms with fierce determination. Despite her youth, she moved with a grace that spoke of both training and natural talent. More importantly, the crown of the sun hummed with recognition when she was near. The second bearer revealed themselves in an ancient library built into the hollow of a massive tree. There, a scholar named Theron pored over forbidden texts, seeking ways to protect the realms from the growing darkness. The crown of stars flickered like distant constellations in his presence. And finally, in a hidden grove where healing herbs grew in abundance, Gandalf discovered Luna, a gifted healer who worked tirelessly to help both mortals and immortals alike. The crown of the moon cast silver shadows whenever she was near. But even as he found the prophesied bearers, Gandalf knew their trials were only beginning. The corrupted council would not rest until they possessed all three crowns, and the very fabric of reality hung in the balance. As he gathered the three chosen ones in a sacred clearing, preparing to reveal their destiny, Gandalf looked to the twilight sky where Valinor floated like a distant dream. The balance between realms had kept peace for a millennium, but now that peace rested in the hands of three young champions who had yet to understand their true power. The crowns chose you, he told them solemnly, not for who you are, but for who you might become. The question is, are you ready to carry the weight of two worlds upon your brows? Their answers would determine the fate of both realms, as the greatest battle between light and shadow since the first dawn approached. But that would be another chapter in this epic tale, one that would test not only their power, but their very souls. Story 10. In the far reaches of the Northern Realm, where the sky danced with ribbons of ethereal light, Gandalf the Grey stood atop the ancient Tower of Dawn. The aurora borealis shimmered above him, but its light was different now, weaker, fragmenting like a tapestry slowly unraveling. Within its fading glow, dark shapes writhed and twisted, testing the boundaries of their ancient prison. For millennia, the aurora had served as more than just a natural wonder. It was a magical barrier, created by the first guardians of the aurora, to contain an army of shadow creatures, led by the dreaded Shadow King. Now, as the last living member of the Council of Northern Mages, Gandalf alone understood the true gravity of its diminishing power. The lights grow weaker with each passing night, came a deep, resonant voice from behind him. Gandalf turned to find Shadowfang, the ancient black dragon, perched on a nearby crystalline spire. Once feared as the most terrible of his kind, the dragon now served as an unlikely ally, having helped forge the Aurora prison centuries ago. Indeed, Gandalf replied, his weathered hand gripping his staff tighter. The magic wanes faster than I feared. The seals are breaking. A cold wind howled around them, carrying with it whispers of ancient malice. In the distance, the northern lights flickered ominously, revealing brief glimpses of the horror they contained, writhing masses of shadow and darkness pressing against their luminous cage. You know what this means, old friend, Shadowfang rumbled, his scales reflecting the aurora's dying light. The prophecy speaks of this time. When the lights begin to fade, the Shadow King will attempt to break free. Only one of Aurora blood can restore the seals. Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he studied the ancient runes carved into his staff. The bloodline of the original Guardians was thought lost ages ago. Yet, he paused, remembering an ancient text he had discovered in the forbidden library of Morleth. There might be a way. Before he could elaborate, a sound like shattering glass echoed across the frozen landscape. A section of the aurora above them dimmed suddenly, and through the weakened barrier, a tendril of pure darkness snaked its way into the world. It begins, Shadowfang growled, unfurling his massive wings. The Shadow King tests his bonds. Gandalf raised his staff, channeling power into the weakening barrier. Light blazed from the crystal at its tip, reinforcing the aurora's glow temporarily. But both wizard and dragon knew it was only a stopgap measure. We must act quickly, Gandalf declared. The ritual of the first light, it could restore the aurora's power, but it requires three elements: the crystalline heart from the ice caverns of Morleth, a flame from the eternal pyre of the Phoenix Lords. And he hesitated, looking at his draconic companion, a freely given scale from one who helped forge the original prison. Shadowfang's ancient eyes studied the wizard thoughtfully. "You speak of dangerous things, Gandalf. The ice caverns are haunted by the spirits of fallen guardians. The Phoenix Lords have not welcomed visitors since the Age of Shadow. And my scales," the dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder, "they carry powerful magic. To give one would weaken me considerably. Yet, without these things, the aurora will fail completely within a fortnight," Gandalf countered. "And when it does, the Shadow King and his army will be free to plunge the world into eternal darkness." Another crack appeared in the aurora above them, this one larger than the last. Through it, they could hear the distant, triumphant roar of the Shadow King, growing stronger with each passing moment. Shadowfang rose to his full height, his massive form casting long shadows in the flickering light. "Then we have no choice. I will give you what you need, old friend. But first, we must reach the ice caverns. The crystalline heart is the key to it all. Without it, the other elements are useless." Gandalf nodded grimly, pulling his gray cloak tighter against the biting wind. "The caverns lie 3 days' journey to the north, through the Valley of Lost Souls. We must move quickly, then climb upon my back," Shadowfang commanded, lowering his massive head. "We fly through darkness to save the light." As Gandalf mounted the great dragon, he could feel the weight of destiny settling around them. The aurora flickered overhead, its power diminishing with each passing hour. Within its fading light, the shadows grew bolder, more defined. The Shadow King's army was preparing for their long-awaited freedom. They took to the sky, soaring through the ethereal curtains of the northern lights. Below them, the frozen landscape stretched endlessly, beautiful and treacherous. Gandalf knew their quest would test them in ways neither had faced before. The ice caverns held more than just the crystalline heart. They contained the echoes of the last great battle between the Guardians and the Shadow King's forces. But as they flew north, Gandalf felt something else stirring within him, a power he had not known he possessed, awakening like a long-dormant seed. Perhaps the answer to restoring the aurora lay not just in the three elements they sought, but in something deeper, something written in the very blood of those who had first woven the light into a prison for darkness. The fate of the world hung quite literally in the balance, suspended between the fading aurora above and the endless night that threatened to consume it. As Shadowfang's wings carried them through the curtains of light, Gandalf whispered an ancient prayer to powers older than the world itself. They would need all the help they could get in the days to come. For in the north, the ice caverns awaited, their crystalline depths holding secrets that had not seen the light of day since the first Guardians walked the earth. And above them all, the aurora continued to weaken, its light diminishing as the Shadow King tested his bonds with growing confidence. The race to save the northern lights had begun, and with it, the final chapter in an age-old battle between light and shadow. But this time, the light had only one champion left, a gray wizard riding on dragon back toward destiny.